Am I on? What is up, DL? Look at you waiting for me. Let me make sure this audio is working. One sec. All right, all seems well. So, finally getting to put some paint on this guy, which is exciting. So what I've decided to do is I will use this. Is that in focus? This chocolate brown from Vallejo. I'm going to use that all over this guy, at least as much as I can. So basically, I'm just going to be just using the airbrush to base coat this monster. I'm going to have to go back in with a brush and do another coat and hit all the little nooks and crannies and stuff, just like I had to do with the primer, which is going to suck, but that's okay. It is what it is. So yeah, today I'm just going to be color blocking, which is always kind of fun. I'm going to start with the chocolate brown. Then I will do a steel on the piping. I'll do a gray on the concrete, and I think I'm going to do 2 layers. I think I'm going to do a gray thin top layer for the concrete, and then the underneath is going to be brown again. But it'll be a different shade of brown because it'll be like the dirt. So it'll be probably a much darker brown. The chocolate brown is going to be pretty dark, but then I'm going to come back in with some brown sand to do like highlights and stuff. So he's going to be a little bit warmer than I'm going to be warming him up basically. But I want to start with like a dark, kind of a dark brown, and then the sepia. Going to make that even darker. So yeah, we'll see. I'll have to play around with it, but I think the chocolate brown is going to be a good kind of a warm dark brown base, and that's kind of what I want. A little warmth down in his mud. All right, so yeah, let's get some of this mixed up. I'm glad I got this airbrush box situation taken care of. I upgraded the lights from the first post that I made. That is like barely connected right there. What's going on? No, I forgot I taped it. All right, well, I have to undo that later. Hopefully that holds together. Anyway, what I was saying, the first set of lights that I had were like the 3-color LED ones, so it would make a white, but it wasn't like a pure bright white. So I got these that are also much brighter, as you can see, and they're solid whites. So I can see a lot more now, which is going to be great. And I don't have to like mess around with trying to hold the models now. I think I'm just going to leave this turntable in here because this shit's convenient as hell. So now I can just spin them around, especially for something like this that I can't really like pick up and handle, you know? I did have to pick them up and handle them to do some of the priming on the underneath parts, which I guess I'm going to have to do again. But a model this size, it's really difficult to like pick up and, you know, manipulate. So having this turntable, I think, is a permanent addition in my my workflow for big stuff. I think that's going to be the way to go. I did make it so that the table is much more stable. The bearings and and the turntable are a little loose, but I can't do anything about that. Um, but the whole thing will come in and out, so that's also made it easier to handle this guy. What's up, Benjamin? Sorry, I'm not even looking at my chat. May I ask what printer you use? Bought an Elegoo Saturn 4 a few days ago. That's cool. I heard the Saturn. Elegoo does makes good machines, and Saturn 4 is a good one. I'm actually looking at the Elegoo Jupiter, the biggest one, because I'm thinking about upgrading from my mono. No, it's a Anycubic M3 Premium, and I love it. The M3 Premium is awesome. Like, it's been really really great. This Clayface came off of my M3 Premium. It's big, and it's got a really big build plate, which is nice, and the vat is really nice because you can hold it'll hold like two kilograms of resin, like two big bottles of resin. Where you just fill the vat up and just leave it for forever, which is fantastic. And yeah, I mean, overall, I mean, I like that one, but I'm looking, like I said, at getting a Jupiter because it's got just a bit, slightly bit larger of a build plate. There's no way I missed priming that. How did I miss that? Oh well, okay, whatever. It's getting paint today. I'm done messing with this thing. I'm happy with the patchwork. I mean, everything looks pretty good. I think, like, unless you knew where to look, you wouldn't notice it. So I think I'm gonna let it ride. There's a couple little spots where I could probably sand and clean up, but I'm tired of looking at this thing. I'm happy with how my patchwork came together, connecting these parts with some putty, like it looks part of the statue. So that's nice. Same thing up here with his arm and everything. I did not connect his leg here to the thing because it's kind of recessed and inside. I knew I wouldn't be able to get in there to sand it and clean it up. I also didn't connect his foot to the pipe there because it's kind of in the back anyway. So while not perfect, it's good enough. I'm happy with how those seams and stuff kind of came together. All right, I'm rambling. Let's get some paint on this thing. First, I got to mix some up. And also, I hate to... Oh, wait, I need to turn this pressure down. It's going to be blasting. About 20 is good. I've been brushing at a higher pressure. It's atomizing the paint much better. And I've also found that mixing your paint outside of your paint cup, as much as I hate having an extra step and extra shit to clean, it is kind of nice because you get a more consistent flow through. I'm going to go ahead and mix up a lot of this because I'm going to need it. One thing I did learn is that I can't get to the top of this model in the airbrush box just because I can't angle. I can't get my airbrush in there angled at the right angles. So that part will be brush. Yeah, I'm just doing this to mask coverage it a little bit. Yeah, man. Skin tones is one of those things that that took me a really long time to get comfortable with. Like, it took me a really long, I mean, like months and months worth of attempts. And it's I will say that, like, when you get to something that you like, when you get to a process that you like, just work on repeating it. Like, making it consistent is another one of those things that is difficult. So I refined my process to where it's simple enough that I can reproduce it consistently, but it's got enough of what I like about it that I'm not sacrificing it using it over and over and over again. You know what I mean? Or I'm not like sacrificing quality, I guess. Be right back. Hold on. All right, I'm back. All right. Oh, this chocolate wants to separate. That's interesting. The red is coming out of it. I let it sit. Load that cup up. Actually, I should just, dang it, I should just use my big 5 ml cup. All right. Get some exhaust on. I also earlier this week, I upgraded my exhaust to ventilate outside, which was good. Previously, I was just using the air filter to just catch the paint particulates, because I'm not spraying anything other. We're not like it's not breathing in paint. It's not like exhausting paint out the back or any chemicals out the back. Just catching the paint chips or the paint particles. Sorry. There we go. And anyway, I set it to exhaust to the outside now, so if I do spray chemicals, something heavy, I won't be killing myself. My trigger. Turn on my little trigger governor here. This is a little bit liquidy and a little bit not atomized. Let's turn that up some more. And thicken this up a little bit before we use it all. More drops of chocolate to this. Getting paint viscosity for the airbrush correct. That's now my new technical pursuit, because like just figuring out how to get the proper airbrush like dispersal so that it's smooth is really a mixture of a few different things: the paint viscosity, your airbrush pressure, the cleanliness and quality of your airbrush. All those things like kind of come into play. So this one out. And different colors also, spray differently, which I found interesting. Like this brown, um, and browns in general don't need as much water to dilute them, or thinner to dilute them, I should say, whatever your thinner of choice is. I've been using distilled water to thin my paints recently, and also, as much as I wanted to be skeptical and tell you that it doesn't matter, it really does. Like the distilled water, there's something in tap water, I guess, chemicals or whatever, that cause it to causes the paint to atomize differently, and yeah, so it's like, it sucks. It's like one more thing I gotta buy, you know. But I've got about half a gallon of distilled water, and I bought it probably a couple months ago. So yeah, the and also the distilled water prevents, like, I've noticed a lot fewer airbrush clogging too. By the way, so and getting the atomization right, like getting the pressure right, will also prevent your brush from building up gunk on the tip. There's got to be a high enough pressure that it exits the gun quick, but not so much that it's like without a good trigger control. So much so that you're flooding your piece. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like it's the sensitivity kind of mixed with the pressure, the sensitivity of the trigger and the mixture of and the pressure. I can't talk today. So, and in this case, I'm just doing kind of light coats. I'm also trying to get better at airbrush technique. I've been doing this for a few years, and I'm still these are things that I'm still like working on. But now I'm actively paying attention to it. Like, that's also one of the reasons why I wanted to upgrade my airbrush box with more lighting, is because I realized how much, like, I was airbrushing in the dark in that other box, and yeah, it was a lot. I'm not worrying about overspray right now. All that, everything else is going to be brush painted, so I'll deal with the overspray later. I'm just going to work my way up. And also, I was watching somebody, I forgot who it was, airbrush, and they were like, using it. You should use an airbrush like you use a regular brush. Like, if you wouldn't do it with a regular brush, don't do it with an airbrush. And I was like, that kind of actually makes a lot of sense. So it's like just doing it in strokes, helps with the dispersal versus like going back and forth. You wouldn't do that with a paintbrush unless you're painting a fence. So I'm trying to get better at using it in short bursts. It also gives your needle an opportunity to clear out, to clean. I still do it though. Sometimes I still airbrush like I'm using a rattle can. And for stuff like this where I'm just really going for coverage, it's hard not to. See, I'm doing it again. Dang it. This is a nice warm brown though. I like it. Time to reload. And you know what? Go ahead and mix up that that big cup because I'm gonna be here for a minute. Yeah, that's the trick, man. It's like learning to or understanding that like as you progress in the project, you get things get more and more sensitive. You know, like you go from big color blocks and just slapping paint on with a brush to doing, you know, glazes and detail work, and it's like you have to get less aggressive and softer as you go. And I can remember instances of when I went a little harder on on a stage at a later stage in the process than I should have, and I really messed things up. Yeah, sorry, it's taking me longer to do this now because I'm mixing up the paint in a separate cup first. So it's a little bit of an extra step and a little extra thing to clean. It does yield a better result though. I fucking hate to admit it and I hate to do it, but it's like when something works, it just works. No matter how big of a pain in the butt it is. All right. Yeah, see now this chocolate's starting to dry. It's just it's a nice warm brown. I'm happy with it. I like it. Okay, I'm actually gonna increase the pressure a little bit more. Shoot more at a distance now. Oh, I think I was sitting on my airbrush too. That's alright. Difference. Yeah, a little bit. Go back and do a second coat. It's also very tempting to tilt my airbrush way back and try to paint the undersides of these things, but I know that's not good airbrush technique either. You don't want paint going back and flooding the chamber back here. nicer airbrushes have a little rubber seal on the inside to keep the paint out, but it's not, you know, it's not 100% foolproof. I think for the water, I'm going to use like a darker brown. It'll be muddy, it's supposed to be kind of muddy looking water. I don't want to, I'm also trying to be conscientious of like, I don't want this to be too drab, I don't want it to be too monotone. Not monotone is not the right word. I don't want it to be too desaturated, but there's really nowhere to put a lot of color in this thing either. So the piping and the concrete and this little breaker here, and then all these little things, those are really the only spots to put any sort of like other color. And then Batman, he's black and a little spot of gold in there. I was gonna do the silver because I usually I like the tactical Batman, with the black and the silver and the gray. But I think for this particular instance, I'm gonna do gold. I'll do his gold set. It'll still be gray and black and gold, but because it just needs more color. I don't want to do I don't want to do the silver or the chrome in there. I will do his little batarangs in chrome. Turn my governor down a little bit, get a little more flow. Oh yeah, there it is. Don't go too high on one section. Try to work my way around evenly here. his leg does look like a pile of turd though, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, painting around in there is gonna be tough. I got a I got a new angled brush, which is nice, but it's small. I could be able to do have a lot of coverage. It's meant for detailing. Ooh, getting tired of holding my arm up. I have to stand up. Hey, what's up, Gavin? This is Anycubic plant-based resin, which is pretty much what I use for everything. Um, I use the Anycubic clear for transparent bits, but for any solid stuff, I usually do Anycubic plant-based. It's much less odor, than regular resin. I've got a pretty good cabinet built with the evacuation system anyway, so I mean, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal if I switched to, or if I do use a standard resin, which I may experiment. I may try something else. I don't know, but I'm happy with the plant-based stuff. And somewhere in my psyche, it's like, oh, it's made of plants, even though that's probably not true at all. Probably just some marketing bullshit. But in my brain, my brain likes that. Oh, I gotta paint the backs of these things too. Kind of shoot here in a distance. I was smart. I put tape over my LEDs, a shipping tape. So when this box does inevitably get full of paint and filthy, I can just change out the tape, and they're good to go. Yeah, I didn't like the Sunlu paint or Sunlu resins. They just it took longer to cure than the plant-based resin that I use. So I tried it. I tried a couple runs with it, but I ended up. I think I still got some left over. I do like a nice, easy base coat. I say easy, but down in these little recesses, paint down in there. Oh, this big cup is great. It's finally empty. Alright, I'm not going to mix it too much more, so I'll just do some in the cup. Thinner than it, or thicker than it was before, but oh, that's coming out. Log. 1 second. High as I can go. There's a whole crust of this arm that I can't get to. I'm gonna have to brush paint all that anyway. So I'm just gonna do what I can. Save me a little bit of time before going in and brush painting this guy, because he's got a bunch of little spots. Where paint cannot go. Jump their little air bubble. Ow, sorry. I bumped that pretty hard. Alrighty, I think that's as good as it's gonna get. Feel like go in there with a brush. Take this over to the. Let's take this over to the paint desk. Okay, I gotta figure out how to get this thing out. There we go. Dodge the lights, dodge the cameras. Oh, it's so dark over here. There we go. I know it's hard to see all these dark colors right now. Can't tell. Alright, well, anyway. Gotta get this brush clean. Side of my desk. I don't like this new air compressor I have. I may end up getting something else. Got it. I just gotta clean these cups. Oh, yeah, that's one thing they didn't tell you about this hobby, is that 90% of it is airbrush cleaning. It does make a huge difference, though. Like, I couldn't imagine doing this without an airbrush. Yeah, so one of the things I've been looking at is when people do this statue and they paint it, they paint it really dark, like dark, 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 dark brown, and it just looks not good. Like, my opinion. No offense, anybody that's out there listening to me that painted a really dark brown clay face. I'm just saying, for me personally, I like having. I want to be able to see all the little details in it, and the only way to do that is to um, highlight. Have a nice, at least three-tone color, and the highlight color is actually more of a yellowish brown. It's just a gold, not golden, but um, it just has more of a tan feel to it, more than dark, dark mud. But it's got to work its way down. So that's what the brown that I have on there now, this chocolate kind of base tone. Whenever I add sepia wash to the whole thing, down in those recesses are really going to get like warm and dark, and they're going to look great. And then I'm going to probably go in with a dry brush with a mid-tone brown, something a little not as dark, and something a little lighter than the chocolate. Do a mid-tone, and with a dry brush to pick up all those little specks and dots and texture and all that stuff. And then I'll go in with an airbrush with the kind of tan yellowish brown for the highlights, and that'll smooth out some of the dry brushing. I guess I'll go back and hit those spots if I cover over it then at that point. But it'll smooth out some of the dry brushing, so the dry brush doesn't look powdery, because you know how dry brushing kind of can have like a powdery kind of look to it. Best I can describe it, which is, it's okay for like fabrics and that kind of thing. But for this, I would want it to be smoother. So I either have to do a wettish dry brush, but that kind of gets smeary and kind of nasty looking. But the airbrush top coat will smooth everything out, kind of blend everything back together. All right. Let's get into some painting. Oh wait, I need some trash water. Be right back. Is this camera in focus? I can't. Hard to see. Yeah. I might have to get an extra light. No, you guys can tell me if it looks too dark. But anyway, give me a second. Be right back. All right, there we go. I moved my other little side light a little closer, but I think I need to upgrade my ring light on the other side. I think it might be time. That's as good as it's gonna get though. So at least you can start to see a little bit of color now. Going to be a hard video to cut together because everything's so like at a distance. I actually may have to do some like separate, just like little camera setup changes to get some closer up stuff. Because all right, but I am happy with that brown. Got to go in there and complete it. Tidy it up. Start getting all that overspray. But for now, let's what do I want to paint here? Let's paint the pipes. Paint all the piping, then I'll paint the concrete, and then I'll do the mud. So for the pipes, I'm going to use this. My camera being over here. For the pipes, I'm going to use this Vallejo steel. For the base, I'm going to be doing a lot of rust and stuff to it too later on, which is going to be awesome. Yeah, Jeffro, finally. I mean, I'm really glad I did just take the time to go ahead and hide that seam right there, because there was a little nasty kind of seam running right through this guy's face. So I went ahead and patched that up. I'm pretty happy with how the other seams got covered up. Like I said, unless you knew to look for them, you wouldn't notice. And even his little arm joint there that I had to manufacture. The only parts of separation I know you're going to be able to see are going to be like right there where his thigh doesn't quite meet his bicep, and then in the back here where his foot doesn't quite meet the pipe. But those are recessed seams. There's no way in hell I'd be able to get in there and be able to clean them up. So that one I could probably just fake with just like some putty and mud, but I said mud, but some putty. But yeah, I'm just gonna leave it because nobody's gonna be looking at it from this angle, you know. So, but from here, it looks awesome. That's the most important part. Yeah, this model is pretty awesome. I'm looking forward to. I was just thinking through like the color scheme and everything, and now that I've got some brown on it, I can start to see sort of where it's gonna go. I'm gonna need a wide flat brush for this. How about this guy? And the good thing is about this stuff is I don't even really need to dilute it. Just pretty much let it roll right out of the bottle. And there's a lot of it though, so just go ahead and dispense it. Vallejo steel. Oops, overloaded my brush. Silly. All right, let's just let's just get in it. I'm going with something a little I'm going with a small round brush. Paint the mud. Tell you what, this steel starts off super shiny. And silver. This is a nice way to spend a Sunday, though. I have to admit. I'll be putting a lot of rust on stuff on here too, so that's going to be pretty awesome. And just thanks to the kind of subject matter here, it doesn't have to be perfectly coated. Oops. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing all the weathering on this. I got some new like a rust pigment powder, and I've been watching videos on how to use it for like how many the miniature modelers, like how they use it for environmental effects. So I'm going to use some of those techniques here, but it's really neat, like the difference between using it as like a dry powder versus like mixing it. Apparently mixing it with paint thinner is the thing, versus water, if you want to make like a chunky paint, almost best way I can describe it. But also to do streaking, doing the powder, doing the pigment powder over top of like rivets and stuff, and then just dropping water or dropping paint thinner and letting the thinner run will make it streak, which in like a realistic looking streak. So I think I'm gonna do some of those techniques on this, because I've got plenty of metal to weather. Like I said, I don't want this thing to be too drab. You know what I mean? Yeah, I was tempted to do this in like a lead or like a iron, like a rusted iron kind of metal pipe, but which is probably what it should be. But I don't want. I'm just afraid of the statue becoming too brown. You know, you've got brown water, kind of brownish, reddish pipes, brown dirt down here. Like it was going to become too much. So I think this lead, once I get some wash on it to tone it down, I think this is going to be the way to go. Right now it's bright as F. And for this, I'm really just going to paint for as far back as my brush will reach, because people aren't going to be staring at the inside of the sewer pipe anyway. I will go back as far as I can go though, just in case, especially on the bottom here. Afraid to put too much pressure on these things and snap them off. gonna have to trash that water. Metal flakes all in it. Sort of piled up in there. Couldn't tell what was going on because of the way it's reflecting. This steel goes a lot farther than I'm using it. I need to stretch it a little bit because it's pretty liquidy. little drop of mud right there. I kind of have to work around. Alright. I'm going to need to pick this thing up eventually, but let's get this tidied up a little bit. Yeah, I've decided I'm not going to try to pick this thing up and paint the underneath. I'm just gonna, I'll lean down and paint up as much, but if I can't see it from here or get to it from here, then people looking at the statue aren't going to be able to see it. So I'm just going to not sweat it. My OCD will just have to just calm the fuck down, and we're going to move on. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking. It is just not worth the risk lifting it up to try to paint something that nobody's going to see. I am going to be displaying this up high, so you will be looking up just a little bit, but not like it'll be like right there. It's not anything crazy. So yeah, I just want to make sure I have everything covered from a bottom up angle. More than anything. But also, like I said, by the time I get the weathering stuff on here done, everything's going to be blended together, so it's not like there needs to be clear, super clear definitions of these colors after blocking. When I start putting rust and gunk and washes, it's all gonna work out. But it does not mean that I don't want to be as thorough as I can be. All right. All right, let's get some concrete base coated in here. That, go with some dungeon gray. All these crazy lights in here. Let me turn this light off. Maybe that's where all that bounce light's coming from. Yeah, so this is a dungeon gray from Army Painter. That is going on next. All along these concrete bits here are the layer between the pipes and the mud. I was tempted to just do this all concrete, but then I thought, nah, it'll be too gray. So it'll be nice to have like the metal, the concrete, and then the dirt. And I'm going to use a different brown for the dirt. Probably use that dirt spatter, actually. It's dirt color. And then by the time I get it all washed, it's gonna look nice. Feels good to finally be painting this thing. Tell you what, it's been a haul to get here. Not as bad as Doom. That cape on Doom was nuts. Currently, that's gonna be number one on my list of the most pains in the asses I've had to deal with in a while. I like to keep a running total, or I like to keep a running mental list, so then I have a bar to compare it to. Now this doesn't get anywhere close to that. skill-wise. Like the amount of like effort that it took to hide the seams on that cape was nuts. This is just taking time because I had to build a new airbrush box, and this has been more of just a time challenge more than anything. And I've had a busy few days at work. Things just did not work out in my favor. So this statue's been a bit of a challenge in that regard. This paint is way too thin. Too much water in there. I'm gonna need a lot of this anyways. Got it. Got a lot of ground to cover. I like this dungeon gray for concrete because it's got a little bit of blue in it, and I don't know, just has a nice concretey look for base, especially once you get the wash on there. Sorry, I can't really paint this where you guys can watch. I might switch my camera angle over to my right, since that seems to be the way I'm leaning. That's also where my light is. my dominant hand, so it'd be easier for you guys to see. I might change this up in my next episode. I'll have to rewire everything though. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. I'm backing out because I'm realizing how much effort that's going to be. I think I definitely will get a brighter ring light on this left side though. I think what I'll do is I'll do a flat brown or I'll do the dirt spatter brown on the dirt down here, and then I'll do an umber wash for that. And then for the concrete and the piping, I'll do a black wash first, and then for the concrete, I'll do a little dry brush highlight, seal it. I'll seal everything at that point, and then I'll do a little bit of the rust stuff. Just go ahead and get that going. I don't know if I'll get all that. I don't know if I'll be able to get all that done today, but that would be kind of cool. I don't want to get too well. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do the airbrushing first, or if I want to mask. I want to mask off. If I work on the character, if I work on Clayface first, then I can patch up any base coat before I do any washes. It'll be easier to patch versus masking stuff off. However, I don't like that flow. I don't like doing the character first. I like having the base done first, because that I think helps with the tone for the character. I'm just gonna keep noodling on it and just gonna finish these color blocks, and then I can decide. Because it's not about like saving, work as far as like, oh, I already painted the concrete, I don't want to paint it again. I don't care about that. It's more about just like what's going to be the flow for or how much hassle do I want to go to as far as like masking and stuff. But then again, I mean, I don't have to mask off everything because I'm not going to be hosing it down. It's going to be more detailed and concentrated, so there might not be that much, you know, overspray, because it's really going to be just, you know, light work, highlights and shadows. You guys can't even see what I'm doing, can you? I can't pull it back. I can't push it back any farther. No, I'm sorry. I'm working my way up though, fast as I can go. Flooding this a little bit because all these little nooks and crannies, first once they get washed down in there, they're going to be black again. I'm probably just wasting my time, but a lot of texture in this model, a lot of texture. Ugh, I wish I was left-handed. Seriously, being ambidextrous in some instances would be super helpful. I imagine in all instances. I can't see a drawback to being ambidextrous, honestly. I suppose it's something you could teach yourself, like with enough practice, and using those little micro muscles that you have in your dominant hand and just building those up. I imagine you could get there. But I am envious of people that just naturally can do it. That shit would come in handy. Yes, you should varnish your layers before you dry brush for sure. You should not be rubbing your paint layers off while you're dry brushing. Let it dry. Hit it with a hair dryer, something that you can speed it up. But dry it and then varnish it and then dry the varnish. And then do your dry brush. Usually you don't have to seal your dry brush after that, though. I mean, unless you anticipate handling it a lot, or you've got another, step you're gonna do, and you want to lock in the dry brush. Like for me, whenever I do the highlight layer, I'll probably varnish over the dry brush, but I usually don't, unless I need to do like a top coat for the whole thing, I guess is what I'm saying. But your dry brush layer is usually your last anyway. But it depends on what you're doing and what's, how you want to approach it. Like in my case, my dry brush layer is not going to be my final. I mean, actually it might be. I'll probably end up doing a dry brush, an airbrush highlight, and then another dry brush just to pop the details. This thing has got a lot of, like I said, it's got a lot of texture. And I don't want to lose it, but I also don't want to over accentuate it. Like if I over accentuate it, it's going to look splotchy and weird. But if I do it just enough, then um, all those little subtle textures will be visible, but not overpowering. I think that's the hardest part for me, at least. What is that? Oh, it's like a little puddle, or I mean, a little hole in the texture, in the geometry. It looks like a puddle. Not a puddle, obviously. It's dumb. Yeah, yeah. If you're doing multiple dry brushes, dude, I would definitely seal between them, because you will run the risk of overwriting them or rubbing them off. This is why I gotta color block the whole thing, because I'm gonna end up touching this stuff multiple times. Just trying to get around. Like that whole little spot right there is gonna need to be that of the mud. Need to be redone right there. I got silver and I got steel and concrete on it. Also, nobody's gonna see it, so trying to keep that in mind. Hey, what's up, Dan? Thanks. It's finally starting to get it painted. Oh God, my back. I'm dying. Oh, I have to keep bending over so I can get a look from a up, from a low angle. I'm not gonna pick this up and risk dropping it. One thing to pick it up and just be able to slot paint onto it or whatever, but to try to pick it up and hold it and paint like little detail, nah. High probability of droppage because you're focused on something so small. It's a recipe for disaster. Water up the shaft of this thing, didn't I? Something I don't like about this brush is once it gets saturated, it loses its springiness. And when I'm working at a distance like this, I like to have a little pushback. I gotta start printing my my next statue too. I think I'm gonna do Shredder. Um, I was gonna do Shredder and Bebop and Rocksteady. I don't know if I want to do the whole set because that'll take a minute. Not really, but also yes, because and at least one of them has camouflage pants. I don't remember which one. I want to say it was Bebop. I mean, I want to say it was Rocksteady. He's the Rhino, right? I want to say it was Rocksteady. Anyway, he's got camo pants. That's going to be a challenge. It'll also be a lot of fun. But I don't know if I want to break it up and just do Shredder now and then move on. I'm going to double back for Bebop and Rocksteady and do them as a pair. I may just do Shredder for now. That sounds kind of good. And I have been toying with the idea of doing a team up, like kind of like a theme, for a few months of doing like team ups. So I do like the Fantastic Four and Who else do I have to do? I got a couple. I can't think right now. I've got Wolverine and Deadpool to do. That would fall into a team up category, I think. Basically, anything I could think of that I would do in a pair. So Bebop and Rocksteady definitely fall on that list. I think that's what I may do. That way I can stretch my content a little bit too, because I feel like doing 3 statues in one is a lot. So then after Shredder, I can do another Marvel villain in my rotation. And I think I need to do like a regular size statue. I've been doing like crazy sizes here recently. Big, small, big. So this one is going to be probably my last big one for a while. Although Juggernaut is on my list. Galactus is on my list. Those are all big. So for Marvel villains, I may do that Jamie Foxx Electro. Or that Green Goblin. I should look at the Green Goblin. I don't know if I like that Goblin or not. It's the Willem Dafoe Green Goblin. I have to see if the model has one with his mask, because I don't like his human face showing. I like his goblin mask. I'm going to let that dry, then I will go back for touch-ups. Let's get some dirt spatter on this dirt. See that? I got a lot of light happening here. Oh, where's that light? Right across the... There we go. Dirt spatter. Oop. Oh, why is that so far away? Why is everything I need so far away? And I am the master of this. Get you guys out of the way here. Alright. Alright, D, I'll take it easy, man. think I might have to break my rule and pick it up, because I do feel like I need to get underneath some of this. Also going to be adding a lot of rust and stuff there to it too. So. I think actually now looking at it, this dirt spatter may be a good mid-tone. It's a little warmer than I remember. See how it looks when it dries, and that would help tie stuff together too. So yeah, I may use this dirt spatter for my mid. I have to stab it down in these recesses here. Yeah, I think I will. I think I'll use this dirt spatter as my midtone on Clayface, but because I'm going to be doing an umber wash down here and a sepia wash on Clayface, I should end up with two similar but different tones. Yeah, so I think I decided I'm gonna do all the weathering on the base first, seal it, get it all done, and then mask it off, because it'll be just a really light mask. I don't have to do anything crazy. It's really just around a few areas down here. For the most part, I'm going to be using really controlled airbrushing, so I don't think I need to worry about it too much. I'm going to bring this camera down a little bit. Can't really see the base that well, but can I slide? How far can I slide him back without hitting the screen? All right, that's better. Now you can see more of the base. Yes. Yes, good. Good thing about all this is it doesn't have to be perfect. I like that. Have to get down low. Snake this brush behind these little drips here. everywhere. Everywhere down here is gonna be a little dirty. So let's just fuck it all up. All right. Ain't built up on that batarang there. All right, let's get this chocolate brown in here. underneath there. Yeah. I'm gonna be painting his teeth different color anyway. I don't have to be super detailed with this, since I'm going to be doing a lot of washes and stuff anyway. Got in there pretty good. Alright, I think that is actually... Oh, there's the support inside of there. I didn't see it till I painted it. Alright, I think I need to give that a couple minutes to dry. I gotta paint these waters. I don't know what color. How about we do a flat brown on those? That way, all the browns are a little bit different. Yeah, it sounds like you're trying to... Sounds like you might be rushing it, bro. Camera angle. Oh, my camera fell. Looks like I bumped it or something. What's going on here? Let's see. Nope. Hold on. Alright guys, I'm having camera issues here. Tighten it up a little bit and then I can correct it. There we go. Let's see. Oh, Yeah, let's get the some flat brown on here. Yeah, normally I have my whole preview window. Like usually I have my whole studio software on the back window while I'm painting. But since this thing is so big, I have to show you more. I have to show you more TV than I usually show. So that's why I'm doing this. This Clayface has forced me to rethink a lot of the things. In my studio, I mean my airbrush box, my paint setup, my lights. I gotta kind of rethink some of the stuff for these taller items. Yeah, I think I like it too. I think I like the little 3/4 view. While I work, I think it's a good angle. It's also out of my way a little bit more than it was previously. Like it used to be like kind of in my face, like right above my head, almost like like a bird's eye view, like directly over my head. It's a little annoying. So having it off to the side and a little 3/4 view, I think is a good. I think this might be my go-to setup. I'll just adjust it for when I go back down to a normal size statue. I'll have to move camera in and stuff, but. Alright, sorry, just had to hydrate. Get this water painted. I'll let the rest of that dry completely before I make any rash decisions. Oh, sorry. This is flat brown Vallejo. Get this muddy water painted. Everything's gonna be slightly different. Mix of stuff of browns. We don't get bored. We don't get bored looking at it. It is some doo-doo water, isn't it? Got that poo in it. I'm gonna have to brush paint this whole thing. At least the high spots after I get through with it. Getting there. Said I'm gonna have to go back and brush paint most of this, I think. Otherwise it's gonna be too dark. I'm gonna be adding some sepia wash in here so it doesn't have to be perfect, but the surface brown has got to be the same. Oh, I have no choice but to brush paint this whole motherfucker. That is where I'm at now in life. Part of me wants to leave some of the gradient, some of the black in here, but I know that after I put the sepia wash on, everything is going to get much darker. So while I want this chocolate brown to be kind of dark, and I still want it to be kind of warm. So once I add that sepia wash, this is all going to get darkened down again. Therefore, I want this brown to be the same brighter, slightly brighter base brown. I'm not forcing paint down into the little crevices, but for the majority of it, I want it to be this warmer brown. And I think for his mouth, I'm gonna mix in some brown rose, just a little bit. so that he's got like a little warmth around his mouth. More of like a subconscious kind of thing that's like, oh, hey, look, it's a mouth. So I'm going to worry about it too much down in the recesses, since that's where the sepia is going to sit mostly. But all this high stuff has got to be insane brown. Slapping the paint on, slapper, slapper, slapper. Got a lot of really goofy parts. Look cool once I get some wash in there. Here for a while. Stand up and get this top part here. Again, this thing is tall. Can't look all around it. I need to get. Did a pretty good job with the airbrush. Looks like it's mostly covered. Mostly covered, it's just lightly covered. I guess that's the problem with this light. It's a little closer. Nope, same layer. Still putting down chocolate brown. I'm just trying to get it so that it's going to be consistent. So, in order to make sure all the details work around the edges, I have to brush paint everything so it all has the same saturation level at the base, at least for the most part. I'm not getting down like in the eyes and in the recesses and stuff, but especially on these higher spots, I'm giving it a good brush coat just to warm everything up. The airbrush coat is good for the down in the recesses and stuff, so that's why I'm not too worried about like getting down in the eyeballs and everything. But for the everything else, it's a little bit dark. So the brush coat has a little more of a higher saturation, and that's what I'm increasing. Because once I put washes on this, it's gonna darken down a lot, especially with that sepia wash that I'm planning on using. It is it's gonna darken everything way down. So it's important that this coat be a little bit brighter so that when you knock it down, it lands where you want it to land, saturation wise. Plus my midtone, the midtone I'm going to use is on the airbrush, the midtone and the highlight are going to pop everything back up too, so it's all going to even out in the wash in the end, with the wash I should say. Right now I just want it a little more bright, a little more saturated I should say. I'm going to get the top part, then I'll sit down for the bottom. Main thing is like, because I can't airbrush from the underneath, like I can't airbrush up, then that means everything that everything from the underneath has to be brush painted. And if I'm going to be doing that, then I have to brush paint everything, or you end up with two tones of the same color, which is what is starting to happen. The darkest recesses you don't have to worry about, but this visible stuff, especially on the top, I'm going to be adding a lot of highlight in there anyway, so. I want everything to be nice and bright for the sepia. The sepia is going to make it look cool though. Boop, boop, boop. Paint in the spiky ball. Pull that a little too far forward. This is going to be an interesting video to cut together because I've moved around so many times. Try not to, but for something like this, I don't think you have much of a choice. Oh yeah, I'll paint that after it's top done. Get distracted. Drinking up some paint. underneath this ball here. Yeah, see, that's the main thing, is like, because I couldn't airbrush that at all. So this is the first coat. So I got to make this coat kind of match everything around it. But that's why I have to brush paint this whole fucker now. Whew, arm's getting tired. brushes. This one's making too many bubbles. Some bubbles are okay in this texture. So time for me to slow the fuck down. Tomorrow's Monday, that sucks. Weekend went by way too fast. And again, I think I've been spoiled by the last few weekends. A little long. it does have a ball sack for a chin. I don't understand that. Yo. Yep, starting to brighten up. It's kind of it's getting to where I want it to be. Then once I put the sepia wash on here, it's really gonna tone down a lot. So the airbrush only coat was not saturated enough. Yep. This is same. It's the same chocolate brown. Like I said, it's just with the brush application, it's much more saturated, which is what I'm going for here. Ooh, all right, getting there. Almost done. Well, almost done with this phase of the paint job anyway. I'm not gonna color block Batman because I got too much brown work to do first. spots. Well, you can't see anything inside of this because it's lumpy as shit. So it doesn't really matter. But it matters to me. Drinking up this chocolate brown here. I think I got all that leg done, got all that, got all that, got all that, got all that. Sorry. I get hungry. My eating times on the weekends get really weird because I'm not regulated by a lunch break. So I'll eat breakfast and then I usually skip lunch and then I get hungry early in the afternoon, which is not always ideal. But here we are. You can definitely see a tone difference in the spots that have been brushed and the spots that haven't. Get them over into the light. Almost done. Almost done. Almost done. All right. According to my calculations, that should be everything. It's blocked out except for the Batman. Painting in the blind. Going there with a flashlight or something. All right. Gotta leave that to dry for a little while, but it's starting to look like something. Starting to look like something. A lot of that chocolate brown, that's for sure. All right. Yeah, I'm glad I did the dirtier browns in the water and the soil. A little more reddish brown. And then he's going to be kind of muddy with the sepia. All right, yeah, 4 hours. That's a pretty good shift. I think I'm gonna punch out of here, go find some dinner, or just let that dry till tomorrow. But if I'm bored later, I might jump back on here and at least get it sealed. And then once it's sealed, I can start putting on some washes. All right, cool. I'm gonna go and shut this off. Thanks for hanging out, and I will catch you on the next stream. Take it easy.